Thank you. The first frame, Martin Gould to break.
Martin Gould has enjoyed a couple of good experiences here at the Crucible, breaking off against Marco Fu. They've played twice in this World Championship, and Martin Gould has won both matches, 10-8, both in the first round. It's amazing how you can play somebody on 3 occasions in the first round. But I've got to be honest, Marco Fu has been playing some exceptional snooker over this last 2 years. He's capable of winning any tournament he plays in now. That's not a bad safety. For a moment I thought the red was going to be over the pocket.
And you glance at the long pot under the yellow bit, there's not much reward with that.
Touching ball.
Touching ball, so he should be able to get back in behind the black somewhere. Obviously, with the 2 reds being in baulk, this it's going to be very difficult to. I would imagine could be a re-rack if he plays to touch into the pack. I think they might ask straight away rather than mess around. Neither players, any players, don't like this tip-tapping around, but sometimes it just happens.
Bit early for a re-rack yet, really, I think.
It is now the whites in out of the bunch. I thought they was going to be playing a bit of tip-tapping around in the bunch, but now the white's free. Might be a few more shots. I think there's more chance of being a re-rack than not being a re-rack.
Very good with odds, aren't you? Yeah, I think what happens here is, if it continues that, is the reds start to move up the table, and it becomes whoever gets the first chance. It'll be wide open. At the moment, Marco Fu's got the advantage. Well, he's left the red on, has he? Can Marco Fu can he get through to the red? It's cuttable if you can see it. If not, it's made things very awkward.
Definitely see it. So this is the first real chance in this match so far. Yes, you can definitely see it. So this is the first chance in this frame so far.
1.
Well, he just about touched that, and he hardly hit it at all, and you can see the cue balls come all the way back. Perfect for the blue. Very quick, the table is this year.
There's a very loud earpiece up here somewhere. Can you just adjust them, please? They're very loud.
Suits the players, of course. Somebody's been told to turn
6.
his earpiece down. That spectators have to listen to the commentary. Why, I don't know. Probably listening to Willie.
7.
1 out of 2's got to know what they're talking about. This is an excellent chance now for Marco. Reds are well into both corners, black available.
$12. $13.
You can just see this red.
18.
Like to be a little straighter on it. Marco Fu is one of the best position players in the world, there's no doubt about that. When he gets in the balls, he generally keeps it very tight. Doesn't leave himself with anything difficult.
19. $24. $25.
He's very calm, Marco Fu. Around the table you watch him and there's never rushes. Make sure he's playing the right shot every time. He looks around and then... very nice comment there. Very nice lad, Marco Fu. Very well respected by all his fellow professionals.
33.
This is nice watching Marco Fu break. You very rarely see him having to go in and out of ball more than once during
40.
a century break. His cue ball control is, as Terry mentioned, very, very good. He's made well over 300 centuries, and not too many players have done that. He almost comes in under the radar, Marco. You don't really notice him, but then all of a sudden he keeps getting to semis and things. Wins the odd tournament.
41.
You notice him if you're playing against him and he's playing well, I can tell you.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a player that nobody enjoys playing in the draw.
No, he's a bit up and down, but he's at his highest ranking. He's inside the top 8 now. And what he does, apart from score very well, and he's obviously a good player, if he's struggling, he does hang on in there very, very hard to beat. His safety is good, and he can grind the game out as well.
I don't think there's been a player in the last 10 or 15 years that's been in and out of form so often and still one of the best players.
He likes to make it exciting, he told me.
2 seconds, please.
Said it's boring if I play well all the time.
I know he's working with your son now, Terry. You used to coach him for a large amount of his career. The last few years, been living back in Hong Kong, and your son now is working with him.
Yes, he's here today. He came down, he's been up in Leeds with the lady players from Hong Kong in the tournament, and he's coming down with Marco for a few days.
48.
It's not great when his son is doing better with a player than I was, but you know what I mean. But I'll put up with it. Still very popular snooker in Hong Kong.
$53.
Seems he hasn't had one difficult shot yet in this break. That's what how he plays the game. That's how he does it, and that's very difficult when he's sitting in the chair because you don't feel you're ever going to get a chance. It's not quite like that, but that's how you feel. And you feel if you leave him in the balls,
54.
he's going to score heavy. It's got to be a bit of pressure on his opponent, will he? And it's
Well, he hasn't been past the blue yet in this break. His opening ready went in and out of baulk. He's on 54 now, and I don't think the white's moved above 3 or 4 feet either side of the black. It's only a couple of shots now from making this a frame-winning break.
61. $62.
his family here with him in Hong Kong. His wife Shirley and the baby. Has definitely made Marco a lot more comfortable on the circuit. He's been travelling for years. He used to come with his dad in the early days, but then he was by himself over in this country for long periods.
67.
As they say, happy off the table, good on it.
$68.
That was frame ball. The round of applause from the crowd tells you that. Now I can concentrate on making another century. As Terry's mentioned on a few occasions in this break, his cue ball control has been superb. Probably play for the pink this time to open those two
73.
reds. If he loses position, the fire alarm normally goes off.
74. $80.
Even though Martin Gould has beaten Marco on the last two occasions they've met here at the Crucible, I'm sure he now knows he's going to be playing a player that's in good form. It's amazing how many people struggle here at the Crucible. We saw Dean yesterday. He hasn't come to terms to playing at the Crucible. Sean Murphy was pushed to the limit. Mark Selby was pushed to the limit.
88.
Cue ball has been absolutely unbelievable in this frame. It's so unusual to start a match like this first frame. That's the first time he hasn't got a position where he wanted to. That's the first time he's playing a ball that he didn't want to play on. He played for the blue. Wonderful break.
Class player and a class
92.
guy.
$93. 97. 99. 102.
Well, he's entitled to a round of applause there. Obviously, everybody gets a round of applause for a century, but that century break, there's been one shot he's played where he didn't get a ball he played. Everything else has been absolutely to the inch.
106.
That's his 330th century of his career.
111.
And in fairness, one of the best he's made. Perfect cue ball control.
117.
124. Breaking sweat there, Marco Fu takes the opening frame. Yeah, we've...
Few second frame. Marco Fu to break.
Not sure if he can get past the green. I think he can. He's playing a safety in the other one.
That's amazing how the pattern has gone similar to the first frame. 2 reds in baulk and a couple of safety shots in the pack. Left attempt to here. If he can run through and get onto the blue, he'll play the pot. But he can't get straight on the blue, but it's probably worth taking a risk for this one. I'm not too sure whether the red directly behind the one he's playing will pot. So he's got to be a little bit careful if he takes it on. He'll be leaving that red. Oh, beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. One. Oh, it's clear and well, Tom.
Struck that one perfectly. A little bit too straight if you had to be critical of it, but once again keeping that cue ball under perfect control.
6.
It's one thing to know how to do that, it's another thing to actually deliver the cue straight all the time to get that judgment of pace right.
So.
Oh, Marco is in a position again where he can score heavily. And with this red, he can bring a couple of reds into play as well, in running through for the black or screwing back for the blue, depending on what he fancies.
.21.
That's the second time in a frame and a half he's slightly lost position.
.23. .24.
He might play the little cannon into the two reds just to the right of the pink here, just to hold the cue ball. He didn't really want to have to play the kiss, but sometimes you have to. I mean, this at the moment is absolutely flawless snooker.
29.
I mean, we watch it, we get brainwashed with O'Sullivan and Hendry just being unbelievable break builders, but the cue ball has just been absolutely on a string. Never been out of position. Well, twice in this frame and a half, and only by inches.
That's okay. He'd like to be an inch or two further up the table, but I think he can stay for the black.
37.
Could screw out for the pink if he wanted to, but maybe the pink spot is a bit crowded around there. Martin Gould, of course, hasn't had a pot to go for yet. Played this 1 or 2 safeties in the first frame on this one.
38.
You would have been practicing like all the other players out on the practice tables here, backstage, raring to go, and then you sit out for a little while. "25 minutes he's gone without potting a ball."
Without attempting to pot one either. I think he's only ever played a safety shot in this match so far. Slightly overscrewed that, but I still think he can get through to the left-hand one of those 3. The middle one just about pots, but it's a bit too risky, that one, so I'd just be surprised if he takes the middle one, unless you can see both sides of the pocket.
44.
Yeah, taking the left-hand one of the 3 to make sure he gets on the black nicely.
45.
Little under hit. So the 3rd time he's been 2 inches away from perfect.
$52.
Just trying to run around 2 cushions here to come out for the black again. It's just slightly off straight.
53.
This is just awesome at the moment, it really is. It's so strange, isn't it? He's kind of not pleasing on the eye sometimes, Marco. He kind of does it without being anything flash or
60.
anything. He just gets on with his work. I mean, if O'Sullivan had started the match like this, you know, we'd have been singing his praises.
All without
61.
emotion, as they say. That's typical Marco, isn't it? There's a calmness about him as he walks around, even when you're talking to him. Always immaculately dressed. But he did lose position about 2 years ago, I remember it.
68.
A round of applause again, telling that Marco's just potted frame ball, so now he can concentrate on getting on this pink nicely, bringing the 3 reds into play and making back-to-back centuries. Oh, there must be
69.
a red that pots, otherwise he'd have got on the pink low. So the red that's right next to the pink, I can only presume pots, or there may be a plant somewhere. Otherwise he'd have definitely finished low on that pink and brought the reds into play. Played red in the middle.
$75.
Well, he threatened to miss that one, but he was just having this on, really. Didn't get a great contact then. See the cue ball jump in
83.
quite high after it made contact with the black. So that could cut out his chances of making back-to-back centuries. And it has.
for 483. On the
Martin
frame.
Gould doesn't want any practice. He's staying in his chair. Marco Fu, 2 immaculate frames. He's 2-0 in front.
Yeah, a little surprised Martin Gould didn't come and have a bit of potting practice there, because
Thank you. The third frame. Martin Gould to break.
oh, Martin Gould breaking off, and he'd be pretty pleased to see the Browns come to his rescue there. I don't think he can get through to the potting angle of this red. Wasn't the best break-off shot. Luckily for Martin, he got the cue ball in the right place. He'd just like to have a pot, wouldn't he, at the minute?
Yes, this is not an easy safety shot to play. Without red next to the blue there. I played the defensive safety, and he's been very lucky. He may have left a red just above the black, but the other red looked for him to go on the left corner. So if you can see it, it's the first pot he's had to take on. 31 minutes he's played, been out there without potting the ball. It's definitely on. Can he get on a colour? Not the easiest shot to have there. When you've been off the table for so long. You have to give the pot some care, and the position side of the shot is very difficult as well. Be taking the black on. He's a very aggressive player, Martin Gould.
Martin Gould won.
Well, he didn't threaten the pocket, but you can understand why. If you had no table time at all out there, no touch, no feel.
One.
Strange when you watch Marco break building. He doesn't go into the pack early and split the balls all over the place. He's more of the bit of the old style of takes what's there and nudges 1 or 2 reds out. He's never been blessed with a lot of power, but why does he make up for it with the rest of his play? I'll have to say in that he's got in here now.
6.
He's been a bit unlucky. Very, very aggressive shot. Bridging over here on the black, which doesn't make it any easier to pot it, and control of the cue ball is, well, it's got to go at its own speed. He can't get any spin in it really. He's got the red to the left of the pink, which is available, Not quite sure if the red, which is 2 away from the cue ball to the right, is also available in the left corner. Got to be careful with the pot. There you are. See, those are missable always when you're bridging over the ball. That's why Marco was very disappointed after he played the split.
That's the first pot in live play that he's missed, isn't it? The only other pot he missed was one in the middle pocket when the frame was over. Now Martin, even though he missed the black at his last chance, this is a better chance, this one.
Now then, a chance to see a bit of Martin Gould on the table. He's had to win 3 rounds up here in Sheffield in the qualifiers. He's dropped down the rankings. He's a 36 at the moment. And a very good win against Liang Wenbo in the final qualifying round. He beat him 10-7.
6.
Now he's looking at a 3-ball plant here. The red for the pink is available as well. But if the plant is a certainty, it'd be worth having a look. But he's got to hit a red into the 2 reds, and he's lining it all up there. If it's the white, if the white is going straight into the plant, it's much easier. Oh, it looks dead straight. We'll be disappointed with that one. Perhaps he had to put a little bit too much effort into the actual pot rather than the positional side. Didn't quite get enough spin there on the cue ball. He's got his hand on the table.
Green. Martin Gould set.
Very thin cut this. Caught it slightly thick. Try to get behind yellow and brown. I'm not sure if he's looking. He's looking at a plant there. Surely he's not going to go for that plant. When he's a bit mad out there, I've seen him playing lots of times. He can be very aggressive, and when he gets on a roll, he knocks everything in. Cut is on. Oh, that's amazing. How can we ever overcut that?
I'm just going to say exactly the same thing. Looked impossible, didn't it, to overcut? It's nearly tight on the cushion, probably an 1/8 of an inch off the cushion, and overcut it. Incredible. Very unlucky because he played it really well. Very often you see a 4-ball plant being played, but as you can see from the picture we're going to show you in a second, they're absolutely lined up like soldiers.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there, isn't there? When there was 4 balls involved, okay, you may get the plant, but 2 of them could come out and cover his position for the black as well. Not a certainty to make this plant. It's at the positional side, you see. That made
Settle
it
down now,
difficult.
please.
Marco Fu is widely recognised as one of the better players in the game with the rest as well.
It's just what you were saying though, Terry, when he was worried about those reds coming into play and covering for the black. If he'd just played it slowly, I don't see how he could have missed it, but he was worried about one of those reds going in the way of the black, as you mentioned. This is now a golden chance for Martin Gould. He just has to take these chances, especially having been kept off the table for the first 2 frames.
Eight.
Yes, Martin be
9.
really pleased to get back to the table, but of course the pressure comes on then. He's, as Willie said, he's got to make this chance. He knows that. Once again, close position comes into play. Once you lose position, the pressure seems to
16.
build.
17.
And continue to build if you keep getting out of position. Done well so far. Got the easy stuff done.
$24. 25.
Just had to pot that black thick
32.
there rather than thin, as you see, and he just glanced by the red. If he'd potted in the centre of the pocket, he may have got the cannon on the red, so he played that really well. And this is now a
33.
golden opportunity to get a frame on the board. He already leads by 35 points. So just 3 more reds, 3 colours. And he'll be absolutely delighted because he's been kept completely cold in the first couple of frames. Never had one shot.
$40. $41.
Got to give Martin Gould a lot of credit here because to suddenly been bombarded
48.
with 2 large breaks and then come back and hopefully do one of your own. He's on 48 now. He knows he's only a couple of shots away from making it 2-1.
$49.
Well done, Martin Gould. Again, the crowd showing
56.
everyone that they realise it's frame ball. And now can he make a century?
57. $62.
You couldn't have two more contrasting styles, could you? He's very busy, Martin. He's always looking for things to happen.
63.
Bobbing and weaving. And Marco just glides around the table. Do well now to get onto this last red. Probably the blue's the only chance he's got of getting on it. Probably playing two cushions with a load of left-hand side, trying to bring this red into play. I don't think it pots anywhere. When he got the cannon, what a great effort. But a super break from Martin now, breaking 63. He's got a frame on the board, and he now trails 2 frames to 1.
Frame 4. Marco Fu to break.
Then Marco Fu's got something to think about now. He was cruising along there for the first 2 frames. Our referee today is Irene Williams. He's from Llanelli, ex-policeman. Even the policemen in Llanelli are nice. Been top referee for a while now, one of the best. Got a good group of referees on the circuit. You've seen the abuse that they get in football a lot these days, but don't see the referees making many mistakes in snooker. And they're out there for a long time, concentration, having to replace balls and many tusks out there. Make it too slow up.
1.
No good. I should have plant on that. Oh, he's looking at the possibility of the pink, but a big ask. The problem is he's got to move some balls irrespective of what colour he pots, because I don't think there's anything available, even if he comes down this side of the table. He's giving it some thought. Looking there possibly at that plant. That's just below the pink on the right hand side of the pack. Those 2 balls may be close enough to a plant to have a go at it. So no heroics here, just rolling the blue in.
Marco stopped in his tracks there, felt he'd got slightly bad contact that just took a little bit of pace out of the cue ball.
6.
Well, if it has, he's got quite a task on here, because if you look at the angle of the red there, the first red he's going to hit is going to hit the second, but then it's going to deviate straight into the pack of balls, so it's going to spread them out. So he needs to be certain in this one. Very, very unfortunate. He played it so well. You'd think that he was going to spread a few reds out, and there's one come out, and that's tight on the cushion there. So he's going to have to play another good shot after this blue. Keep the break going.
He has good cue power, but he's not one of the players that has an immense cue power. A lot of players here would be screwing this in. But he's going to try and play the little cannon, I think, and just try and nudge the black forward, or try and get onto the pink in the middle. Yeah, he's got it nicely there.
30.
Slightly hampered.
Slightly hampered. He'd have to bounce up and down about 5 times on a trampoline to get into that.
You're not saying he's going to miss the black, are you?
He missed one earlier on, didn't he? Right on the pocket when he was bridging over. He would have been disappointed with that one, but no, the black's easy enough. Now he's got that one out of the way.
20.
Ball's in very good position here.
21.
You've got to be careful here. There's a slight angle on this black, so you can hold the cue ball if it's the those 2 reds at the back of the pack. Just hold for the other red. I slipped past it. He's still on red, but the one he's on, which is just above
28.
the black, he actually played for the one to the left of that. So I don't think he can, well, he could hold for the black. He plays it very gentle. He'll probably go up for the blue. Got to get that
39.
right. And that's perfect. Not easy to judge those. Plain ball off the cushion. We've had a few shots here, William, haven't we, so far this year, bouncing off the cushion.
And the Higgins game yesterday especially. John Higgins really struggled with the table in the session I was doing yesterday. Just playing for the one loose red at the back of the pack, and then all the reds then seem to be in the way of one another, so he's going to have to play a cannon off the next black.
34.
Just looking to see if there's anything available in the middle. No problem at all in getting wherever he wants on this black, low or high.
$35.
So Martin Gould will be sitting in his chair hoping that this cannon goes wrong. It's not guaranteed to be on a red here unless he plays it with power. I just mentioned Marco Fu's not got that kind of deep screw where he gets a double load of spin on the white when it goes into the pack. Might need it to spin twice here. He just played to nudge one out, and it's not quite worked. Still on, but cue ball going to be careering into reds.
42.
Always danger with that shot. He's playing with so much power.
Marco Fu, 42.
It's a blind pocket. You're looking along the line of the cut and the pocket is out of your vision. Another inch up the table mark would have been perfect then. Now then. Not the easiest one to get started. Oh, he did perfectly. Very well played. He's very unfortunate. He's kicked 2 reds there onto the cushion, put him safe in one hit.
May decide to play the cannon on the red just to nudge it up. The fact that he's going to need that red that's on the cushion. If he's obviously a little bit close, he might not play the cannon. Just remains to be seen whether he's going to play it. Bound to be on the blue, but doesn't look like he's going to entertain it.
8.
May regret that in about 4 or 5 shots time.
Well, at least he's got the angle to them down the table here. And then these 4 reds should be taking...
13.
They'll clear each other if he keeps on them. Red,
14.
black. Another red, it clears the other 2 into the left corner pocket. There's a lot of good here, but as Willie mentioned, he's got a bit to do to win the frame.
It's good stuff though, isn't it?
21.
Both players appear to be hitting the ball very nicely.
22.
They won't entertain kissing the red on the cushion here, just play for the 2 reds just to the right of the pink. But after those 2 reds, the work starts.
$29. 30. 37. 38.
Didn't get the best of contacts then. Pink in the centre, you can screw over the red on the left cushion. Black is available, you can play that and try and get behind one of the reds. The hard work certainly starts now. Too straight on this one. It restricts his
44.
options where he can put the cue ball.
Yeah, he's going to have to screw back for the blue really, but then it's almost going to be impossible to get on the next red because the white's going to be very near the cushion. He's done it pretty well there. There's a gap now in between brown and yellow with a lot of side. Try and move the red off the cushion. If he misses that kiss, plays it at such a pace, the white can come down and finish on the one next to the black. So he can play 2 shots in one here. Play the cannon on the red, and if he misses the cannon, hopefully get on the one next to the black. But I mentioned very early on in the break when he was perfect on the red to flick that red into play and still be on blue or bought colour. And he didn't take that on, so now he's faced with a tough shot. Oh, he didn't get into that at all. He's back in the frame. Break of 45,
Martin
trails
Gould,
by just 3.
45.
He's in the lead by 3, not trails by 3.
Now they have to be careful. If this red's going to hit the the blue. Well, he's playing in a different way. Not quite as intended, but he'll take that. The reason he didn't play the orthodox safety shot because the red could have hit the blue and go across to the left corner pocket. But it's turned out all right.
Shows you how a match can change. After the first 2 frames, we were thinking that Marco Fu could possibly win all 4 the way he was playing, but Martin Gould stopped the rot, and now he's got every chance of levelling at 2-2.
Not sure he played that one, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Only he knows. Good line and good drop to the pace. They say that luck can be a good friend, but I'm not sure about that. If you start thinking like that, you keep expecting to have good luck. Do you get much luck, Willie? Nicely played that. I think he's covered the red with the black.
Don't know whether Marco's got enough room to try and hit this as thin as he possibly can and try and take the white up in and around where the brown is, but if he can't, he's not going to gain any advantage from just running up to it. I think he can just hit this as thin as possible, try and get the white top side of the brown.
He doesn't like it. Maybe just touching it, is he? How can he get up the table? No, he can. I think he's a little bit worried about fouling. Could have caught the blue as the cue went through, but as it turned out, he played it well, but he's unlucky to get a kiss on the brown. Martin Gould got a chance now. Both reds are available. Neither of them easy.
Yes, any other kiss on the brown, this wouldn't have been on. He just happened to kiss the brown virtually full ball. One good pot, and we could be looking at 2 each. Oh dear, that's a shame. Fought really well to get back into this opening session.
Yes, he looks disappointed. He's very efficient at that type of shot.
1.
Mid-distance and long distance, Martin Gould is a very good potter. We're not sure from here if the yellow passes the brown into his own pocket. Looks a bit tight.
6.
If it doesn't, Terry, no reason not to play for the brown now, then, is there?
Well, that would be the idea. Well, if he's, yes, he has played for it.
So.
It's gone a little too far. He would have liked to be closer to this left side cushion.
Yeah, poor shot, really, that. He can just about reach it, I think, but we're playing with the rest. It's really tough to get perfect position. You would have expected him to have got nearer to the cushion than that. It was a straightforward stun shot off the red with the rest.
Well, you could pot 2 yellows, both into the same corner pocket, the green pocket, as you call it. This can go wrong now. Having to play screw back with the rest.
Would you play for this in the middle, Terry, or would you try and bounce it on and off the cushion and play for it in the corner?
I think it's dead straight, I think. It's just off straight, is it? Not much there. Screw back is playing. He may screw back for the yellow into the opposite corner, but it's tricky.
Because you can get so much more control without using the rest, he would love to play it without the rest.
Okay.
So I think he's going to either try and stretch or play your choice, 2 yellows. We'll know in a second.
It's difficult sometimes to turn the easy pot down, isn't it? It's like there's something inside us that says, no, don't take the harder pot on. Well, he played your way, Willie. Played for the one in the centre. Nothing wrong in that. That couldn't go wrong.
11.
The only difference is, of course, he's playing a more difficult pot now.
He's up to and including the blue, so doesn't have the. He's not dead straight on this yellow, I don't think, but he should be able to just roll it in and just glance past the brown and still be on the green nicely.
That looked a bit edgy. They're not nice shots.
Came up on the shot very quickly there, didn't he? He was a bit nervous, that one, but excellent
16.
shot, and now frame at his mercy.
$20.
17 in front then. Blue takes him 22 points in front. Please, Marco Fu, you could have lost this fourth frame. Martin Gould started to play quite well, but he missed a mid-distance red.
If you want
That's enough for Marco Fu to clear up. So he goes into the interval 3-1 in front.
as quietly as possible, please.
Cue frame 5. Martin Gould to break.
Well, both players had a 15-minute interval. Very high standard in the first 4 frames. Let's hope it continues. Martin Gould breaking off in frame 5, trailing by 3 frames to 1. Not happy with that, but I think it might have landed, has it?
Oh,
Not quite.
nice.
He knew straight away, didn't he, that it wasn't going to reach.
I think he was worried here that he may leave the red on the right-hand side of the pack. That's why. There you see his reaction as he hit the ball.
Far away off the cushion. A bit further back. Okay. Be with there. Yeah.
Looks like he might be tempted with this, but I don't see the point, because obviously he can't get back into balk. That's one way of getting back into balk. Unfortunately for him, though, the reds come up there. Otherwise, that wouldn't have been too bad. He definitely played the pot here, but it was just a containing pot, just hoping to pot the ball, then play a safety shot off a balk colour. But the fact the reds come up there, first chance after the interval goes to Marco.
And he's having a look what's available up around the black spot straight away. It's the key shot here, this red in the centre. Of course, he could play for the blue if he wanted to, and then get on a red. Then have to play for the black of this. Well, this could go wrong.
One.
Wow. It's suddenly slowed up, really, isn't it? It's amazing. Yesterday, that would have been up level with the pink spot.
In running, I thought there was no way in the world he could be on the black there, and he's ended up being absolutely perfect. I thought he'd hit that far too hard.
He hasn't come in a great spot here. No, he's played that well. What a good position shot that was. You look and you think, well, that looked very easy, but I tell you, it's not. Those shots are not easy. He had a slight angle on the black. He had to make sure he got past the red.
Nine.
Succession of easy shots. That's what break building's about. You may have one or two recovery shots somewhere in a break, but in general terms, the more you do that, the recovery shots, the greater the chance of you breaking down. The hardest thing to handle, of course, is the disappointment when you
16.
lose position. Should have been on 1 foot away and you went on something like a thin cut in the middle. And you don't approach the shot with the same mental attitude. It's all about images these days. Once you lose the image when you're playing the shot, just disrupts something in the mind, and you've got to be strong to fight against it.
Well, he's going to play the little cannon into the pack. He's got to be careful he doesn't just stick on them here, because he might snook himself on the desired red. It's okay though, played it nicely. It's amazing how some players see it different. A lot of players would have played it a little fraction firmer than that, but then of course you'd have risked not being on the red. Marco, at least knowing playing that way, is bound to be on the red. Okay, he's not got brought any reds into play, but he'll do that
35.
at a future date.
And he's played to clear this red out
32.
of the way, because it was a bit of an obstacle for Marco Fu, this positional play off the black, but this is a tougher pot. It's going into the narrow pocket.
33.
Seems to be going in today. Striking the ball very nicely. Very smooth with his cue action.
We've talked about his lack of power. I mean, most players now would go into them, but Marco playing for the loose one purely because he can't really generate enough spin. The middle red of the 3 reds directly above the black spot, that's the one a lot of players would have gone into at pace. But Marco doesn't develop that top spin like a lot of the players do, or the side spin, so he's playing for the loose red, trying to leave a better angle on the black to go into them.
Forty-one.
Won't be this time though, play for the loose red.
You've seen a picture of that red behind the back of the pack there. That's available in the left corner as well.
48.
You may use that later on if you carry on making these balls. use that red to split the pack open.
Yeah, Marco's one of those players that will purposely now,
49.
won't he, Terry, play to finish low on that red, to bring other reds into play without using the power. Very clever. So he's just looking at the angle he needs for that red that Terry was suggesting, the one at the back of the pack, and he'd like to finish low on it. So he just flicks another couple of reds into play.
$56.
Hoping to bring the pink into play there.
57.
Didn't quite happen. He's now either got a tough blue or a tough black, and this is what I was just speaking about previously, that once you lose control of the cue ball or what you were expecting to happen, the image is gone. Now these shots become a lot more difficult. Now if his opponent left him here on a black to win, he'd be very comfortable on it. It's just a state of mind. What isn't?
Very, very good. Very good. It's so nice to watch different players,
64.
the way they break build. I mean, obviously, the O'Sullivans and the Judd Trumps get the pack open early. Marco Fu likes to play aggressively, but when he hasn't got the power shot, he'll think of another way of opening the bunch. And a prime example was the red he left at the edge of the pack, and now he's got them at his mercy. Very good.
Yes, Mark Williams has a bit of that in as well, isn't he? And he's a good break builder, obviously a great player, twice champion here. Strange not to see him here this year. He'd lost out to Alan McManus in the qualifiers. He was playing here today.
$72.
This is a very, very high standard we're seeing at the moment.
73. $80.
I wasn't going to suggest there's a possible
81.
maximum on until now, because he was making sure he won the frame. He just had a glance at the scoreboard. There you see it, 11 reds, 10 blacks. A little cannon on the red here. He'd be unlucky not to bring all three reds into play. May just play for the one next to the pink. It all depends what he fancies. Oh, needs a bounce. That's no good. He knows that was a great chance.
88. Touching ball.
You can never guarantee what you get with those kisses, but that is very unfortunate. I don't think he's got any options at all on. Sometimes you get a double in the centre pocket or something, but he's playing a triple.
Well, what a shame. No century, no maximum, but Martin Gould sits in his chair. Marco Fu goes further clear, now leads by 4 frames to 1.
The cloths weren't so good and the balls were very
36.
heavy.
Marco Fu
They were
the
all
red.
skillful players.
I'm sure Martin Gould knew he was going to be in for a tough night, but I'm sure he didn't think it was going to be this tough at the moment. Marco Fu is just playing awesome snooker.
Martin Gould had a look then to see if Marco Fu could slip past the reds, but he can't. Very close to the pink there. Well, he's gone for the split this time, unintentionally. That was a very unusual shot from Marco Fu. If you look at him in the seat there, you think he's just done 100 after that shot. He doesn't show anything at all, Marco. Never shakes his head. Left this very thin cut on. Nicely played. One. Had to hold the cue ball as well.
Yeah, played with a lot of check side there, didn't he, to slow it down.
Three. Four. Nine. Ten.
Been a very open game so far. Though they had a few safety bouts, the frames are not taking too long. Seems that if one player makes a mistake, the other player's always got a chance. Oh, no. Can I have that one back again, please? That was very disappointing for him then.
17.
Didn't quite make the cannon. It's an art, isn't it, the cannons?
Just caught the second red too thin, didn't he? He got the first cannon right, but he was expecting a half-ball cannon on the second red and just hit it too thin and just brushed by it. But you'd expected somebody like Martin to have hit it better than that. Yeah, we're just talking about frame times, Terry. The longest frame's only been 20 minutes. Most of them have been averaging about 13, 14, 15 minutes.
Martin
so
Gould,
it's been
70.
very good. Very quick. Left a shot to nothing on here, though. Be disappointed with that safety.
Not missing much. No, it's perfect pace then for the ball colours. Left himself a choice of green or yellow with an angle on both of them to get down to the reds. Probably want to come down the right hand side of the table because there's 3 reds available there, one near the pink spot and there's 2 behind the pack of reds as well.
The beauty of that shot to nothing, Terry, a lot of players would have played that shot to nothing with the weight to get the cue ball into baulk, but Marco realised there was not going to leave a lot on, so he decided to make it a shot to something, you know, i.e. play for high on a baulk colour. And that one shot again has given him an excellent chance to score heavily again. .96% pot success rates. That's almost unbeatable. I did want to see a certain player called Stephen Lee. Obviously, he's got a few problems at the moment, but Stephen Lee once lost a match with, I think, a 94-95% pot success rate. It was the most incredible match. I can't remember who he played. I think it was something like 6-4, and neither would hardly missed a ball. But if you ever get above 90%, you're almost certain to win a match.
Well, especially in the longer matches. You know, keeping the percentage up is similar to the darts, isn't it? I mean, they
11.
keep showing what their average score is with the 3 darts, and the longer the match is, the more difficult it is to sustain that.
12.
I enjoy the darts. It's very, very competitive, isn't it?
Very much so. Marco once again won't be playing a fierce cannon. He'll just be resting onto him, bringing another red or 2 into play. Just bringing that one red out and that is bound to be on. This really is top draw snooker. It really is. I mean,
19.
I mentioned earlier, Marco's not one of the players you look and think, you know, what a great break builder he is, but you just got to look at his record.
Twenty.
Giving us plenty of thought. Certainly not straightforward from here. You can see there's a well, there's 4 groups there of 2 reds close together. Played it nicely. Just has enough angle there to obtain the backspin
27.
necessary to get onto this red. Well, not a lot of room for error there.
28.
No. Not much angle here. Oh, he's got a bit. Looks straightish to me then. Once again, you see, he's just got to miss that red under the red. Hit that red.
35.
Beyond nothing. Once again, leaving himself a nice angle.
He's only missed 4 pots in the whole match so far that he's gone for, and 2 of those have been when the frame's been over. He's got 121 balls. And only missed 117. He's potted 117. It's an amazing stat. 4 pots in the whole match he's missed.
Well, you can't make them all. Not bad though, is it? Exceptionally high. And look, Martin Gould looks like he's got form when he got in a few times, you know.
43.
He slipped out of position once, you know, but in general terms, he hasn't made many mistakes.
He's been in twice, Martin Gould, 63 and 45, so he's queuing pretty well. You just can't queue better than this.
44. $51.
A little bit of movement. Marco's just taking his time there. The session has come to
Quietly to count,
clear
please.
interval.
$52.
Two more reds, 2 colours. That's another excellent positional shot. I presume in saying that, the red probably doesn't pot with the look of his face. I presume the red behind the
59.
pink there potted, but obviously not. So that's the result. He's played a bad shot. Oh, it does pot. He was tricking me.
Yeah, I think he's disappointed. He's got to bridge over and run into the red. That's the problem. Got to make sure he pots it. Couldn't get anything on that.
60.
So he's 43 points in front, 51 left on the table. And as you can see, the reds are now perfect. All the colours on their spots.
It's not easy to put a colour safe here. He'd love to put the pink safe, but he can't do both. He can't get the pink safe and play. He can probably try and push the black on the right-hand side cushion and take the cue ball back into baulk somewhere near the green. But the key thing here, you've got to get a good white. I mean, don't waste getting a good white in trying to put the colour safe. I know he'd love to put the colour safe, but the key thing here is not leaving an easy pot, or a pot of any sort.
He's hoping here to put the black on the right cushion, or is he just dropping it? Maybe just dropping it on the cushion. Oh, I wouldn't have played that shot. Most definitely
Marco
wouldn't have played that
60.
shot. Try to put him tight on the ball cushion and have a go from there, mate.
Was he worried about maybe kissing one of the baulk colours in playing? You know, I agree with you. The first choice would have been put the black on the right-hand side cushion and try and get the white somewhere down near the green or behind it. But he's lost the advantage in the safety. And the fact there's only 43 in it, he doesn't need the black until the very last one. So he can win the game with 3 reds, 3 pinks, and then just have the one risky black at the end.
Well, as it's turned out, Martin didn't play a good safety there. Chance there to trap him. That's the secret to safety. You've got to know where to just play a containing safety and when to go for the throat and play a really aggressive one and try and trap your opponent and give you a chance to win the frame. That's pretty good. That's very good. He's got a safety shot here, but I tell you, it's not easy. He's off that top red and just missed the pink on the red near the right-hand corner. Hit that cushion and go back down. I think he went for the pot. And if he did, he's got a good right. Wouldn't have fancied potting the colour from their mind. Think he went for the pot then, really?
No, I think where the white's finished, we've got to give him the benefit of the doubt there. He's obviously played the safety. It was a very, very tough one, as you rightly say, not only to miss the kiss on the pink, but to miss the kiss on the red that's on the back cushion there. Marco's only faced with a thin safety shot, but doesn't want to hit the blue half ball because he was pushing the red over the middle. So he's worried about it. He's just looking at the cannon on the blue. And OK, he's going to get the cue ball back into the ball carrier, but if he hits it half ball, the red will stay over the middle pocket. That's Marco's first poor shot of the day. Has he got away with it? I think he has. He's been fortunate. Been very fortunate.
The problem with that shot is straightforward enough. He was trying to hit the blue pretty full, and he didn't have the angle to do that because he's always going to go close to that corner pocket. He should have cut that red inside the blue and gone down just the right-hand side of the table down into the baulk area. And like I said, he's very fortunate. But this is on. Because the blue is stopped there, this is well worth a go. Nicely played. Right in the hand of the pocket. So there's nothing safe really apart from that black that Marco put safe earlier on. Red is available along the black cushion. Obviously he'd like to get this pink back on his spot to clear that red as well. Not straightforward. Oh, he's gone too far, is he? How did he play for one in the middle? I thought he was playing for the one along the cushion. That was a very, very good shot if you play that.
He'd be a lot better off if this red's tight on the cushion. I'm not too sure that it is. I can't quite tell from here. We'll have a little look at that in a second. But if the red's tight on the cushion, the red's not too bad. But if it's just a fraction off the cushion, it makes this pot a lot more difficult. Right, let's have a little look at this red along the cushion, see how tight it is to the cushion. Just there you can see there, it's just a
30.
fraction off, Terry. Makes it slightly more difficult, doesn't it?
Well, he would like a better angle on the pink, wouldn't he? To get closer to this red, it would have been a lot easier. Very well played.
14.
Very looking very positive man. He's looking at the scoreboard, checking the score. You'll find out he's 29 points behind.
Love to play the yellow, wouldn't he? But obviously he can only tie, so that's why he's looking at the slightly more difficult blue.
Well, he's playing it in the corner. It's a bit thin in the centre. Very nice. Can he hit that much better?
Well, I've been seeing the way that Marco Fu's played in this opening 6 frames. If he
19.
gets a clearance here, you've got to take your hat off to Martin Gould. He's been bombarded with great breaks, great safety. If he clears
21.
that, be brilliant.
Well, he's made a bit of a mess of that one. What you've got to do there, you've got to be high up the table. You can't be low like he is, because now he's left himself a thin cut. If he's high up, he's still got an easy pot and guaranteed position on the brown. Two choices. You can check side here and check it for the brown, or just play it plain ball. I think he went plain ball, leaving himself more distance
24.
now between the cue ball and the brown. Giving himself a chance now to get good on the pink, so he can get right behind that black.
33.
Well, under the circumstances, this would be an unbelievable clearance. There was 2 reds that looked virtually safe. The black's been on the cushion and he's going to play it as the last ball.
Somebody coughing there when he's down on the shot. He's turned around and said cheers. Not sure about that one. When you've got a cough, you've got a cough. He's more or less saying he's trying to cough when I'm down on the shot to put me off. I don't think that's right.
39.
So he's got close enough to the black, just got to roll it in. This could be a turning point in the match. It's been an excellent effort here from Martin Gould. Change this game, but he's still 4-2 behind.
Good shot.
33.
Now the left hand of the reds there, if he just pushes through that left hand red, I'm sure the bottom red of the pack will go. So he just needs to hit this red full ball and just push it through. So this time he does need to stun into them, not screw into them. He could bring 3 or 4 reds into play here and be perfect. Just brought the 1 red into play, but he's still on this red.
40. $41.
Oh, you're looking to see if there's a plant there as well, but there's 2 reds you could get on in that shot. Plant is on. Looks dead set.
49.
And that's brought another few reds into play. As Billy said earlier on, he does tend to coax the reds out rather than smash them.
Well, this Crucible crowd have been enthralled, I'm sure, as we have in doing commentary on these opening 9 frames. It's been of a very, very high standard.
56.
And very quick as well. The average frame time is about 18 minutes, and that's largely due to 2 frames taking 20 and 29 minutes respectively. But apart from that, very, very high standard and quick. One more red and colour, and he'll be taking a 3-frame lead into tomorrow's
57.
final session. Got into it too much that time. He wanted to hit the left-hand side of that red, not the right-hand side. 78 in
64.
front with only 67 remaining, so there shouldn't be a problem in this frame. Well, a very good break of 64.
64.
Taking 78 points in front, and Warren Snookers will take a 3-frame lead into tomorrow's session at 6-3.
Pretty good effort from where he was, bridging over the ball. Now then, how are you queuing, Martin? More or less dead straight. Pretty good. He knew if he missed it, it'd be all over, but he's giving himself a chance now.
Eight. Nine. Sixteen. 17. Four.
Played that nicely once the cue ball to come over a little bit.
Martin Gould, 24.
Played it very well. Good quality stuff. Certainly isn't straightforward here. He could come off the top cushion and hit the red behind the pink, but he'd have to be careful that he didn't catch the black on the way up. And if he missed the red, he'd be leaving a free ball. So a few things for him to think about. He's taking a different type of escape now. 2 cushions. What he's got to do is hit the red. Oh. He would never go down back again.
Yes, another attempt for Martin Gould, but he knows if he misses this one, he'll be leaving the red on. Obviously, we'd be potting this red and a colour and leaving the last red on the table to try and get a free ball. He just decided to screw it in for the blue. That means he can cover the other red. That's end of frame.
One.
This has been a very enjoyable and entertaining session of snooker. Terry mentioned that Martin Gould perhaps deserved to be 5-4, but on the reflection of the breaks in this match, Marco Fu has definitely been the best.
9
So
on the
they
frame.
shake hands, the session is over. Very entertaining session from both these two players. Marco Fu takes a 6-3 interval lead. Well, plays on this table again at 2:30. We'll see you then.
As quietly as possible, please. In zone time. Okay. Marco. Thank you. Frame 10. Marco Fu to break.
Marco Fu then gets the second session underway. Leading 6-3 from the first session. Excellent standard from both players in the first 9 frames. Possible 10 frames in this second session today to find the winner. Marco Fu just requiring 4, and of course Martin Gould had quite a task in his hand. He's got to win 7 frames to get to 10 before Marco Fu gets to that magic number. That's a good start.
Yeah, just needs that cue ball to slow up.
1.
But it hasn't, unless he wants to take on a difficult blue. It was a nice opening pot, but just ran on a couple of inches too far. If it just stayed a couple of inches short, he could have had brown or yellow to go at, but just the safety.
Martin Gould.
Snooker, but shouldn't cause Marco any problem here. The left-hand side cushion is available. And just come off that, and big target to nestle in to the red just below the pink. That's the obvious escape. If he tries to come or play the safety down the other side of the table with the few loose reds, he could leave something. Well, I'll put that line up. Maybe he feels the middle pocket's in the way, because this wouldn't be my choice. He could leave something here. Now he's at the pink.
Foul and miss. Martin Gould 6.
I think it's a free ball actually, but Martin might not see any value in the free ball. Well, he might do if he could see the green. If he could get his hand on the table and possibly pot the green, it'd be worth taking on. Well, doesn't like it. So having the balls replaced.
Just check for the pink, please. Yeah. Pretty close? Yeah.
And he's hit the red, but that top red goes past the other two. He's cuttable. Oh, it's tight. Just play the safety shot. And it's a good one. Just about covered the wedge on the left-hand side of the pack. As you can swerve around the yellow. Very tight to get past that yellow and catch this red thin. No, it must be on it.
That was played for and got. Now has he got a slight angle on the brown, looking at his facial expression. Maybe he's a little bit too straight. And because he's straight, just playing the roll up behind the yellow.
Martin Gould 1.
Marco Fu's having plenty of practice of getting out to snookers very early on here. You wouldn't want to go into the left-hand side of the pack because that red is there. She'll leave on. Because the balls are open, it isn't so easy. I think he's going for the same side as he did in the previous escape, which is hitting the right-hand cushion. Looks with the pockets in the way again, John.
Yeah, and I was thinking that, because if he's going to go to that side, the right-hand side of the pink, he'll be top side of the middle pocket, and he'll have to use a lot of right-hand side to create the angle. So that's it, but if you put too much side, you can always slide past them. Oh, he caught the bump of the middle pocket. That was completely mishit. Completely.
1.
Not quite at a good angle on the blue. I think the pink is available. Not an easy shot early on in the match, but Martin is an exceptional potter. And just about made it.
Well, he stopped in his tracks for some reason. I don't know why. Well, he obviously didn't realise that the pink
7.
was going to go on the black spot and therefore tie up the black. So it was, yeah, a little tap on the head. Wasn't thinking straight.
Eight.
I know you work with a lot of players, Terry, but can you explain how Martin plays with these glasses on when they're not swivel lens? It seems as though when he gets down, he looks over the top of the glasses.
Yes, I did ask him once, but he said he does use them for some shots. I haven't noticed it, mind, but perhaps he, without the glasses, he'd be walking into the table or something all the time. I don't know, but it is very unusual,
30.
isn't it? Once he bends down, he seems to be looking over the top of the lens. Is there any glass in them?
Chance now to try and bring the pink and black into play. And he's played that nicely.
14.
Delicate positional shot. That's
20.
been the order so far of this match. Both players have been taking their opportunities when they get in.
21.
Highest break of the match has been made by Marco Fu, 124, but Martin's had a break of 92. And quite a few breaks over 40.
27.
So it's been a very high standard. Mistakes are being punished.
28.
So if he's got the angle, may take the opportunity now of going into this cluster. Could bring the black into play. Couple of loose reds to play for, but he's not going to win this frame with the reds the way they are.
I've just worked it out, your question, John, sorry, about Martin's glasses. I think when in the standing position, he's looking down his glasses to line up the shot.
Yeah, I'll take that as a fair enough answer.
34. $35. $41. $42.
Exactly the start Martin Gould was looking for here. He lost the last two frames in the first session.
48.
It's imperative he gets a good start here. Let's Marco Fu be away. He hasn't really given Marco a chance in this frame.
49.
So that puts him 63 points in the lead. So just the one red needed now.
55.
And that's it. 64 points to lead. Pink to follow. And there's only 59 remaining. And he just landed perfect on this pink. Good start, and just the start he needed, of course, being 3 frames
62.
adrift.
And it's good to see him here at the Crucible because he's been a top 16 player, of course. Seems to have lost his way the last season or so. Don't know what that's about, maybe personal or... Well, he's missed the pink, but he's played an immaculate frame. And Marco Fu stays in his chair. It was 1-0 to Martin Gould.
So it's Martin Gould who gets frame 11 underway. And Marco yet to pot a ball in this session. He's only had one frame, but as I say, in the last frame, every time he came to the table, he seemed to be snookered. Pretty good line, but that cue ball just bouncing off the baulk cushion makes this safety a little bit easy. It's not an easy safety, particularly if he's going to play on off the red that's on the extreme right hand side of the table. He's going to have to play this with a lot of left hand side here to check the cue ball. Made a good job of it. Well played. Okay, he's not got a great length, but he was in a spot of bother there. Much too thin. Left the chance of this red now to the corner pocket. It's very straight. He could stun run through and play for black or pink, or just try and screw back, give himself a chance of the blue.
One.
Good shot. I think he played back for a baulk colour. I don't think he played for the blue. I'm just a bit disappointed that it didn't come back a little bit further. Didn't want to be using the rest on a baulk colour. Of course, he can play the blue to this left corner. That would be a more positive shot. And he'd be able to control the cue ball better for the next red.
you've got to reset your mind when you lose position. And he's played in such a way that he would have covered the pocket probably if he missed it. Guaranteed to be on the red, as John said, so it's certainly the right shot. The easier pot, either colour, yellow or green with the rest, would have been more difficult shot than that.
Seven. $14. $15.
Well, we were on this game yesterday, and it's very noticeable that Marco Fu plays for single reds a lot more than some players and just nudges the odd red out quietly without smashing into them. He hasn't got a lot of cue power, but he's a very accurate player. His positional play is as good as anybody. I think he played a can in the red there, and if he played for the red that's next to the pink, he's
22.
just underdone it with spin. Just saying his good position, now he's out of position.
Yeah, the old commentator's curse. Well, he found a gap. This is a bonus. This is not what he played for. Well, he found a gap there. Now, how's the kiss on the blue?
23.
Not great. But lucky to be able to have a go at the red.
Pretty good pot though, isn't it, considering he's been on the chair for the first frame. Didn't get one pot to go for on the first frame. Now these are tough shots. Probably in the top 3 or 4 players in the world with the rest. Marco Fu, exceptionally good. Jimmy White,
26.
he's a good player, Johnny. Barry Hawkins is good with the rest.
Yeah, Sean Murphy doesn't.
Sean Murphy, that's right, yes, yeah.
Not like our day. We used to dread using it, didn't we?
Tony Drago's good with the rest.
Oh,
Yeah. Used to say he was the worst ever.
27.
so nice angle on this black, just to play for the red along the top cushion. Well, tried to force the black in and play for, I assume, the
Marco Fu,
top red
27.
went to the left corner, but disappointing to miss the black. That was a surprise.
You see that bounce in now, you can see it the second time, not more clear. When you're hitting down into the ball with that sort of pace, if you don't time it perfectly, the white will be bouncing when it hits the black. And then when it gets towards the pocket, of course it's still bouncing and can catch the top of the pocket. I'd say it's the only weakness that Marco Fu got in his game, John, is the power. Safety's immaculate, he's got a great temperament. Break building, he's made over, what, 330 century breaks in his career. Not many above that in the game.
not as a most straightforward run back to balk here, mainly because of that red on the left-hand side of the table. Oh, he's having a look, see if there's a possibility of a plant to the right corner. It would be a bonus. He's trying to swing this round off 3 cushions to get in to the baulk cushion and use the green as the blocker, but he'll be opening the reds up here. Or is it a plant? No. Made a pretty good fist of it. But shouldn't cause Martin too much problems here to get the cue ball back to balk. Can get his hand on the table. Excellent shot. Makes such a difference if you can get your hand on the table, then you can play with the side that was required there to play that safety. A little bit more difficult for Marco, but he's got the thin safety where he doesn't need side, just good plain ball cueing. But got it much too thick. Just caught the red too thin, and that's why he's caught the bump of the middle pocket. Now, a lot will depend on the potting angle on the first red. If Marco can pot the red, get nice position on the colour, it could be a frame-winning chance. The question is, what sort of an angle has he got on this red? Well, he had the angle where he could run through and play for the pink in the opposite middle. It's not great, mainly because he's so close to the side cushion. Played it nicely though. Now, where does the pink go? Well, that doesn't help matters.
7.
Out of commission. So just blue and baulk colours to concentrate on. I don't think you'll be worried too much about the black. Just get what you can, and the red's here.
Eight.
And played that well. He's got a nice angle on the blue.
13.
Just a little bit twixt in between. He's got choice of reds to this corner pocket, but he's got the one that's just near the cluster, whereas if he potted it, he could bring other reds into play, but not certain to be on the colour, or the one that's open just above the black spot. Well, he's playing this one that could develop these reds and be on the pink, but needs to be careful. Well, he was able to just roll it in. He's mighty close to this pink, though. Aaron Williams, we're having a close look at this. Played it well. It was out by the fact that it was pretty straight.
20.
When you're close together like that, it's hard to judge the potting angle, but there wasn't a potting angle to worry about. And I think this pink will now go into the opposite corner as to where he's playing the red.
21.
And played it beautifully. be surprised if he didn't win the frame at this visit now. So the high quality of break building in this match continues, it appears.
His positional play in the first session was immaculate. As good as you're going to see. So you've got choices here. There's one red off the back of those three that goes, and he could go into the other two if he wanted, if he got the angle. He's played for the different type of angle, single red.
Yes, and that pink going in gives him a 61-point lead. 67 remaining, but not for long. As soon as he pots the red, there'll only be 59 remaining. So just this red required. Well played, considering he got no table time at all in the first frame of this session. Has taken these very well indeed.
One. 42.
It's given him the perfect angle now to dislodge the two reds.
48.
No 100 on. And a very important break
49.
for Marco Fu. So we had Marco Fu in his seat the first frame and Martin Gould in his seat on the second frame.
Yeah, he did need two chances, of course. Early on in the frame he was in and missed the black off the spot, but that'll be a distant memory now.
56. Two. 63. $68. 70.
Just get the feeling, someone like Marco, when he's clearing up the covers like this, full concentration.
73.
Just loves potting balls. Martin Gould won the last frame with a break of 63 without reply.
82.
Good shots, and this looks absolutely perfect. Just a little bounce off the baulk cushion. Well, that was very good. He missed a black early on in the frame off the spot, but it didn't cost him. Normal service resumed. He retains his three-frame advantage, now 7-4. And of course, that's the one thing. Yeah, I can vouch for that.
So this match has continued the quality they had in the first session, both players.
Well, pretty good safety. Knocked a red towards the corner, and I don't think the yellow's going to come to his rescue. So this red is on, but it's straight. Now this needs very good cueing. Now it'll be interesting to have a look at Martin to see whether he can keep his head still when he plays this one. I don't think he can pinch a bit and run through. And if he's got to screw back direct, he's got to push this cue through straight, bottom, screw. Well, he thinks he can squeeze a bit. He's playing the run through. Looks straight to me. Looks too straight. Didn't fancy the deep screw, which was a difficult shot. And he's not got away with it.
Yes, I think Martin may be able to screw back for the pink off that one, but he hasn't got the power of a Jimmy White or a Sean Murphy, the Sullivan, to screw back for blue or bar colour. Not many players can. I wouldn't say Martin hasn't got power in his cue action, because he has, but not extreme.
One.
Of course, my son Wayne is working with Marco Fu at the moment. He's coaching him. It's nice for us to see him over here today in the Crucible with Marco. Don't see much of him now. He's been over there for 2.5 years. I must say he's improved Marco's play since I was working with him. The last few years has been probably the best we've had from Marco Fu.
And Wayne's working over in
8.
Hong Kong now, is he, Terry?
Yes, he's head of snooker in the Institute of Sport. They works for the government, coaches all the Q Sports pool and
9.
lady snooker. He's over here with lady snooker. That's going on in Leeds, and Rhian Evans won that one yesterday. Beat with one of the Hong Kong girls in the final.
Yeah, Rhian, she's an excellent player.
Yeah, she's tried to make it on the PTCs, and she's found it difficult. I think when she's the sole lady on the circuit, I think it's always difficult. Like Alison Fisher had it before.
Meanwhile, wanted to catch that pink four in the face. Just caught a glancing blow, but there may
14.
be a possibility of this red to the left middle. Don't think he leaves anything if it doesn't go in, and if it does go in, it'd be on pink or black. Right, he was up and out of that very quickly, Martin Gould, because he realised it wasn't going in the pocket.
It's one of those, John, when you're trying to hold for the black, but you actually haven't got the angle for it. That's why he's hit it so thick, I think. It's a tough shot, mind you. Very narrow on pocket there.
Oh yes, but because he wasn't leaving anything, he was entitled to have a go at it.
It's a little awkward here. There's no pots on really, and the red on the corner pocket, you feel, will be on if he plays it for safety. He didn't want that. He didn't want the double kiss.
Well, I was amazed he played that. I really was. He was always going to be difficult to cover this red to the right corner, and he knows Marco's in good touch. Okay, he didn't expect to leave this one as well, but he was always going to have a problem covering the red over the right corner.
1.
Yeah, I think he felt, John, if you could leave the white in the left corner pocket down there, the yellow pocket as we call it, the blue would have covered the red. But I'm with you, there's always a chance of a double kiss for him to get the white in that position. He's made a bit of a mess of this. Oh, he's been lucky there.
5.
Thought he was going to come right on top of that red then. You'd have to have had very difficult bridging because this red is thin enough for it to give it some attention.
6.
So on the black to play the cannon. I'll hit the red immediately above the black as full as you can, stun into it. Now, is the yellow red to continue?
13.
Certainly nothing doesn't appear to the middles. This goes to the far left corner. Looks as though he can just get through to it. But I don't think it's just a straightforward pot. I think he's got to do a little bit with the cue ball, so it's a little bit more difficult. But he's taking it on. He was. He is. Oh, tremendous pot. As I say, it was made more difficult because he had to do a little bit with the cue ball. He just couldn't roll it in and be on a colour. Had to widen the angle. That was an excellent shot. And the blue, I think, goes to this right corner.
$19. $20.
Now, gets down quickly. Is he
25.
on the easy red to the left corner? He must be. Good chance this now.
26.
And judge that stun up for the blue. I think perfectly, just got the angle he wants on the blue. Particularly with that red being close to the blue, he can stun the blue in and play for that red in the opposite middle pocket.
$31. $32.
Just let that slip slightly. Should have been
37.
straighter on this red to the left corner, and then it'd been a formality just to roll it in and be on the black. But he's let it overrun, So more than likely back up for the blue. Now that's okay as long as you get a good angle again.
38.
In an effort to get the good angle. Has just lost the cue ball again slightly. Didn't want to be this close to the side cushion. He's got a 52-point lead. I'm expecting to miss the blue. The blue will put him 57 points in front, but still 75 remaining. We're just about at the angle to drop on this red.
43.
And quick glance at the scoreboard. He needs red, colour red, to clinch the frame at this visit.
You give that plenty of time, but he
44.
hasn't really left the angle he wanted off the black. There's a red, one red into the centre. Maybe available in the corner. He's had a look at that. No, it's not available in the corner. Big shot coming up.
51.
65 in front now. 67 left on the table, so don't know too much on this. If he hits it too hard, it's better just to pot it and get safe. Make sure the pot. And he's done that.
52.
And he's left an angle on the black, keeping the reds out. Could see the first century here, if he gets a good kiss of this second session. Very nice. Didn't go into that pack with any pace then, and brought the 4 balls into play. Got to get the cannon right.
60.
So Martin Gould played a near perfect first frame and won that one. But Marco
67.
Fu's been immaculate since then.
$68.
Nobody likes to draw Marco because he's a very humble person. As you can see, he's got a
75.
lovely temperament. Nice. Everybody likes Marco.
76.
But I tell you, he's a bit of a dog out there. Like a Jack Russell in the back of your leg. If he's not playing well, he fights all the time. Been on the circuit a long time now.
83.
Won a few ranking events and
84.
been to the semi-final of the World Championship here. That's his best. Played Peter Ebdon, I think that was 2006.
Yeah, turned professional in 1997. Does have a tendency, though, to
59.
just disappear for half a season occasionally, doesn't he? And you think, what's happened to Marco?
Well, he's finding it a bit easier now,
91.
John, because of course there's so many events now in China, whereas in years gone by, you had to come over here and live or fly back and forth. It's a long old flight, you know, and plus I think his marriage has
94.
made a big difference to him. He's very happy.
Yeah, I've always said I have great respect for the overseas players. I mean, living out of a suitcase isn't the most pleasant thing to do. Blue for the century. Played it well.
103.
Won't be the highest break of the match. He did 1-2-4 in the first
109.
frame. But this has been excellent. Quality play, quality positional play.
Marco Fu.
Another century for Marco Fu. Goes into the lead now by 8 frames to 4.
Frame 13. Martin Gould to break.
Well, he had to go with that red, and I feel he's going to have to push the boat out a bit, Martin. He's a very aggressive style of player anyway. He goes for the shots, but he'll feel that he's got to change the pattern of play here. There's a tough pot, hitting down in fit. We can see what Marco thought of the pot because he's taken the cue ball down into the baulk area. It is a pot and safety, as we say, bit of both. Now Martin's had the daunting experience of losing from well in front here in the Crucible. He was 11-5 in front of Neil Robertson in 2010, the year that Neil won the tournament and lost the match. I'm not sure if it is 13-11 or 13, I can't remember, but he lost the match. So in his mind here, he can be thinking, well, if I can start to win a few frames, I know the pressure that you feel when somebody's coming back at you. As it turns out, Neil Robertson's on the other table today. Now then, a glimmer of a chance. He hasn't had a lot to go for the last few frames. It's okay, he needs the white to run a little bit.
One.
No, it's a little bit in the middle of nowhere there. If it's straighter into the top left corner, it'd be okay. May take it in the centre.
Now, needs to slow up.
6.
Well, thumbs up, but he may just have a chance of a pot here. I think the red that, not the one obviously he's closest to, the other red may be available. Oh, there you go. Does it go to this pocket? It's close. Problem is with this type of shot, if you're right behind it, then you can see the object ball and the pocket, but here you just got to pick out the spot, and it definitely goes, but it's tricky. No, much too thick.
Martin Gould 6.
Well, you can see he hasn't got a lot of angle here, but I think he can pot it and go down the table off 2 cushions with power. Oh, great shot. Well, he deserved a bit of luck there. He's on the black.
Yeah, that is a bonus, but as you say, good pot. Didn't expect to be on the black, but he'll take it. Couldn't avoid the kiss on the red when pot in the black. Was just hoping the cue ball would come away from the top cushion, but it hasn't. And well, can he get through to anything? Can he get past the pink and possibly play the pot to the left middle? It's a tough one. Well, he can get to the one just to the left there. Oh, terrific pot. He can pot a ball, this boy, don't worry about that.
And under pressure as well. He's proved that over the years. Hasn't really won any of the big events or got close to winning them, but he's beaten the most
14.
of the top players at some time or other.
Black's not available, the pink's tied up, and he, rather than leave himself straight on the blue, thought, well, I can't get the right side, so...
Switch it off, please.
Is that a phone, or has the Bezic prize band walked into the arena? So he's coming down now, this line. It's not a bad line, just needs to slow up.
20.
It's just about okay. Well, if he can get the blue into the far left corner, he'll settle for that, but he's just a bit short. And it's one of those situations with all these balls at this end, he'll have a job reaching over them. If there was no reds there, he could reach this easy. But he'll have to be careful he doesn't foul anything here. No, it's clear of that one. And a good pot played. Very well played.
26.
Another excellent pot. And he had to find something, and he certainly has here, this effort. Martin Gould was going away from him.
$27.
Just a little bit short of pace that time, but he could just stun this blue in and leave himself a mid-range red. Well, he could do better than that. But looking the way he is looking, maybe if he's too straight on this red, he can't get the good angle on the blue that's required. He's going to have to start thinking at some time as bringing other reds into play as well.
$33.
Once again managed to force the angle. It's a pity. The problem is with that pink and red in the middle of the table, it just blocks the path. He'd love to be playing a cannon on those reds that are surrounding the black, but he can't do that. And you wouldn't really want to be playing the cannon on the pink. Unless you played it hard and then sent the red below the pink into the other reds. That's one way. But no, he either didn't see it or didn't fancy it.
.38.
I think the red he's closest to is the one he's played on. But he's a little bit too close and not a good potting angle. He's got one to the right middle, but it's tricky. So he's going to need a good shot to keep this break going now.
I'm not sure he can get at this red, can he? He needed an airlift here to get at this one by the look of it. He's having a look at it. He's got the all the equipment out. Doesn't make the shot any easier. You're so far away from it with your, obviously your eyesight, and you're looking down into it off the rest. And the cue tends to wobble in those extensions a little bit, a little shake of the cue. No, he's almost there. If he's another 3 foot high, he could get to it.
Yeah, it's a long way away. I don't think you can be much further away from the cue ball.
Not today, Martin.
He's asking who I think he asked Erin Williams, have you got a pair of high heels? I think it may be a change of plan here. As I say, there is a red that will pot to the right middle. It's tricky, but he looks as though he's desperate to keep this visit going. And he's knocked it in. Good shot. But he'll need another one. He's not out of the woods yet. Because the reds are tied up. He looks straight on this green. Don't know whether he can play the deep screw and possibly guess on that red he was thinking about playing on before. I don't know whether he could pot the green and maybe cannon into that red that's on the left-hand side cushion. We'll see what he plays. Playing lots of bottom, lots of follow-through, get the backspin. Oh, just a bit narrow. Good effort, but I think that is end of break.
42. Martin Gould, 42.
Well, he's broken down, but that was an excellent 42 break. There's so many good shots in there. I think he made a statement there to Marco Fu. I'm not going to sit down and watch you playing, mate.
Well, Marco played a very positive safety there, but he's left a chance. And Martin can knock this red in, get position on a colour. Could clinch the frame. Played it nicely. He's played a very good frame here. He's certainly not gone into his shell. So that blue going in puts him 54 points in front.
6.
2 reds, 2 colours would be more than enough.
So.
So dropped it in nicely, and
12.
just this red will put him 61 points in front with 59 remaining. And that'll be a nice thing for him to see when he looks at the scoreboard, that he only needs the red because he's not come perfect on it. I mean, obviously he'd like to have a colour after the red, but the red will put him in the snooker's required stage. Managed to force the angle. He's on the black. You would think that that would mean that Marco Fu will not be coming back to the table. Well, I think he thought he might just flick the pink there and bring that red into
20.
play. But there you see it now, 68 ahead, 59 remaining. Mid-session interval after this. But it's as you were. Martin Gould started the session 3 frames behind. And he's going to stay 3 frames behind.
Martin Gould 20.
Whether Marco continues or not, you wouldn't fancy Martin Gould losing this frame. At the moment, it's 3 snookers needed, 3 4-point snookers. Well, he thought long and hard should I carry on, and then, well, made a real mess of it. But it's etiquette. You don't concede when it's your opponent's turn at the table. And the reason for that is because you can't begrudge Martin Gould a little bit of table time. If you wanted to do that, then Marco should have conceded before he made the mistake.
6.
Can't be a bit of etiquette. Well, it doesn't matter. I think we're all ready for the mid-session interval. This time Marco Fu has conceded because it was his turn at the table. So it's as you were. Martin Gould still 3 frames behind. 8-5, Marco Fu. 15-minute break now, so maybe have a coffee and try one of those biscuits. Here's some stats to have a look at.
Quiet as you can, please.
Marco Fu then gets this final session, this first round match underway. 8 frames to 5 in front. Doesn't sound that much, but Martin Gould's actually got to win 5 frames before getting to 10 is a long way off. He's got to beat him 5-1 or 5-0, of course, to go through, and Marco Fu's got just 2 frames to win. Both players are playing well in both sessions. It's been one of the better matches so far in the first round. Well, just didn't say he's mishit it, but had a bit of luck. But that cue ball's come over now, and this red is available. I'm not sure what Mark was thinking about here. I'm not sure if this pot here he can take the white into the pack. That's what it looked like he was trying to do, but no point in leaving the black straight, of course, after this red, because it's no easy red to get on.
Yeah, I suppose, though, looking at the way the other red's situated, he could do with loosening something, but playing below centre, he's avoiding the cannon. So looking for an angle on the blue, and he's got it. So those 2 reds that you would imagine are just above the black spot, I assume the right-hand one goes to the corner. He's having a look now. I think I'd have had a look before I played for the blue. Well, it's always very difficult when you come off a cushion, because by the time the cue ball reaches that solid cluster of reds, there's usually not a lot of pace left in it. Hit them well enough, but I don't think he's on anything.
Nothing wrong with playing safe, mind. It is in the rule book. You can play a safety shot. These days, the players, once they get a chance, want to win the frame.
Marco Fu 6.
Score enough to win the frame, perhaps not clear the table.
Well, he did have to play the safety, and he's made a very good job of it. And if there's no return to balk down the right-hand side of the table, which I don't think there is, the left-hand side is fraught with danger. I'm going to catch this too thick. Good shot. Couldn't have done much better than that. Well played.
Marco Fu's got a slightly tricky one now. Oh, there's more risk in this one than the one to the right of it, surely, for safety. Oh no, he played it perfectly. Slightly unfortunate to kiss the green full ball, but that certainly could have gone wrong.
Yes, but catching the green has left the cue ball on the baulk line, and there is a red available to the right corner. A good pot it is, and he's on the black. He had to trust to luck. I think he knew he was going to run into that red near the top cushion, but didn't take his eye off the pot. That was the main thing, and a couple of nice kisses. Decent chance.
Eight.
It's funny, isn't it, Terry, how matches can be played out. You do some matches where players are struggling, they seem to drag one another down, and yet you get a match like this where they just seem to be inspiring one another. The snooker has been absolutely excellent throughout this match. Big frames coming up, though, for Martin Gould. Because, of course, Marco Fu just 2 frames away from the winning line. Oh, you can't miss blacks off the spot. Not in the position he's in. He'll be disappointed there. Wasn't doing much with the cue ball. Just needed to pot the black.
One. Seven. Eight.
Now then, he hasn't got a good angle here on the blue. It's very thin, so may be worth trying to get into that pack red to the left of the pink, because with the angle he got here, you can't really get on the red.
Yes, he's just got to try and slip past the left-hand side of the pink as we look. Well, he took his eye off the pot, didn't he?
Marco Fu,
Trying
8.
to get a good cue ball.
He'd be pleased to hit the pink now. If he caught those reds, they would have been splitting all over the place. I don't think he was comfortable in that shot. You could see it with him. He had to get quite a bit of spin on, and it was a thin cut. It wasn't just the pot in his mind, it was also the cannon, and if he kissed the pink, as you can see, the white would have gone in a safe area anyway. It's a chance gone by for Marco Fu. He's been taking most of the ones he's had in this match.
Terrific pot. That was a good pot. He's nicely on the black as we watch that again, and it's worth having another look at. He's on the black, but where does the next red come from? He needs a good shot to try and get into them. And just another the angle. Well, if he'd play for this red. Oh, he landed on it. The problem is, so close to the cushion, it needs to be a natural potting angle because there's not a lot you can do with the cue ball when it's tight under the cushion like this. Can he just roll this red into the middle and still get good position? Doesn't look like it. Now, we have to
9.
just hope that he could run off the main bunch of reds and finish on the black, but it's not worked out. And I don't think he can play safe off the pink because that pink and blue look very much like a plant to the corner pocket. So he's having to play the black. He'll be trying to get in behind the green here if he can. Not a bad line, just a bit heavy, is it? Well, the brown will do it. But I think there's just a path to the reds. Yes, there you see it. Underhit that. I think he was a bit concerned about knocking a red over towards the right corner. Safe enough, though. Well, I say safe enough. I don't know whether this red, just the left of the black, will pass the blue. There is a red at the bottom of the cluster that will pop, but well, this is risky if he's taking this on. Head on the side of it and it's too thin, because if it hit it a fraction too thick he would have run into that red and black. So you could say half-hearted attempts at the pot, but not really put any real pressure on Marco here. He can get his hand on the table comfortably. This would have been an excellent line, but not hard enough. If someone could get that cue ball tucked up behind the green, could be a frame winner.
Slightly awkward for Marco Fu. He'd be bridging over the green. He plays for the red there, on the left there, the one he's pointing at. Of course, he's not quite sure whether the reds are going to go off that shot, unless he plays it very thin. He's looking for other options, but it's the only shot on there. You can see he's bridging, having to bridge over the green. Maybe playing it very thin. See, the red is always going to go over in that direction. No, it's not bad from there. It's a good attempt. Does this red pot the pink and pass the pink there into that pocket? Well, it's a bit tight. If the pink wasn't there, he was thinking he may have taken it on, but it's a high risk shot going into the black area. Even if it could go, but I don't think it passed at the pink. Oh, the blue's in.
Foul.
He's pleased now he didn't get behind the green and brown.
5.
Suppose you could say it's a little unlucky. 3-ball plant to knock the blue in. Marco may. Well, I don't know. It depends. If there's a pot on here, the red closest to the right corner. Can you see enough of it to cut it in? If you can, then you can't put your opponent back in. It's decision time. Well, I don't think he can hit enough of that red, so maybe we'll put Martin back in to play the shot. That's what he's done. And it's not the easiest safety shot, this, by any means. Well, to play it thick, and that's pretty good.
If it continues like this, we could have a little bit of a stalemate with all the reds going to the right-hand side of the table. A bit off that yet, though. Oh, it's a perfect line, just fraction too hard. And you can't get to the red nearest to the pocket. Black's in the way.
Is there a gap this time? That red that's in the open. Can he get... Is there a gap? Can he see enough of it? There's a gap. Yes, he could just get enough of it.
One.
But couldn't get the right side of the blue. And stunning it off the port cushion. That green and brown he's got to avoid. Well, did that well. Problem is, pink and black tied up. It's only the blue or the yellow really to play for. Well, if you're going to be wrong side of the blue, better to be well the wrong side of it. Then you've got room to stun it in and out of the balk area.
Yes, the yellow's a little bit of a nuisance here for Marco to come down the left-hand side of the table. So playing for the other red. Now then, he either needs to run a little bit or stop quickly. Not bad.
12.
He's going to be looking to possibly get a chance to move some of those reds before long. Now can you pot this and get a good angle on the blue when the pot's in?
13.
Perfect. Still got two reds that's available along this black cushion. Doesn't want to be straight. Pretty good.
18.
$19 points the lead. He's going to have to disturb those two reds just to the left of the pink as we look, if he's going to have any chance of winning the frame at this visit. Going to be a tall order.
$19.
Now, can he get into this blue enough to maybe try and play a cannon on those two reds near the pink? No, played a cannon on this red, and he's played it well. And the reason he played the cannon, he didn't really fancy playing that red just off the cushion at pace.
24.
Perfect shot. Now you'd want, ideally, to be playing the blue here in the right middle. But he didn't have the angle for that.
25.
But he's got the angle now to play the cannon. He's perfect. Now do you screw... I think if you screw directly into that red and black, you might finish on nothing. So try and come off the top cushion with lots of left-hand side. Well, he tried to get into him direct, and it's... Oh, well, he's unlucky. It's not worked out right. He played it... He couldn't have played it better, in all honesty. Can't believe he's not on one. Missed that red, which was important, the one next to the black, and you think, well, he's got to be on a red.
He's got to play the red with the black, isn't he? Unless he just rolls off the side cushion and into this, into the two reds.
Marco 430.
Desperately looking for a good length, just a few inches short of perfect. But this isn't easy.
It's a problem when you're canning into balls and don't get a pot off it, John. And now, of course, if Martin Gould can get in, I mean, apart from the brown, I mean, it's a pretty good table. You know, those two reds there can soon be moved out of the way.
Well, I think if the pink wasn't so close to them, then they could possibly be made into a plant.
Now, the reason he's suffering over this shot is normally he's a very good long potter. He'd be down and taking this on, but if he missed it, of course, and it wobbled, it'd dislodge those reds and leave the frame on. And he's had a bash, and he's certainly dislodged the reds, and he looks as if he's got it safe. He'll never want that one back again. Look at that. Missing.
As quiet as you can, please.
It's worked out very nice.
Well, they haven't really left Marco Fu with a straightforward safety shot that he could trap him with. He's got to get rid of the red on the middle pocket. He'd like to put that safe, obviously, somewhere. Oh, no. Oh. No, he's been lucky if he's covered this red. I think he has. The blue is covering the potable red. Amazing how the luck goes sometimes. Back and forth, for and against.
Yeah, but sometimes when you're out there playing, you only see the against, don't you? You don't see when you have a little bit of running. This is a nice shot. This is a lovely shot. Played to perfection. Well played, Martin.
And from here, it doesn't look if he's going to have, well, anywhere he can escape and put the red safe. You can't get to the left cushion down the, well, the left cushion is down this side of the table, past the blue spot. He's got to go off the other side. May play twice across here and try and catch that red. Oh, he's having a bump. Now, how's his luck? Not so good.
Yeah, you can't blame him for playing the hit and hope, because it was very difficult to play and hit a particular red and get it safe, so he's going to have to sit there now. I wonder if Martin can take advantage of this half chance. Good pot. And it is a half chance. That brown obviously is going to be a problem. And I'm just wondering if he can pot the blue and avoid the kiss on the pink. If he can't, he may have to run into the pink to hold the cue ball in the middle of the table. Well, he's playing the pink, which was a good choice.
So,
But still, it's a big ask to win the frame at this visit.
eight.
But when you're at the table, it's possible.
Yes, he'd be feeling Martin Gould is just happy still to be in the frame when he missed that long red and smashed him all over the place. But he's a good finisher of frames, always has been. And although the brown's on the cushion, the green is very close to it, so he could play a positional
14.
shot just to nudge it out. All sounds very easy when you're in the commentary box.
Yeah, we don't miss many from here, from our position here. Well, that's struggled its way in. He's not perfect on the colour. And the key shot, as Terry mentioned, could be if he gets good position on the yellow, then that will help him get good position on the green to drop on the awkward brown or maybe disturb it. A little grimace, so maybe he's come a little bit too straight on this yellow. I'd like just an angle just to stun down and play for the green in the same pocket. I don't think that's an option now. Now, if he was straighter on this, the possibility he could pot the green and cannon the brown, but he's not run through far enough for me. So he either rolls the green in, I don't think he can hold for the brown, or he refuses the pot. Well, he tried desperately and it was a good effort. But I just didn't think he had a full enough potting angle to disturb the brown, but he's right back in the frame. Just 6 points behind and an easy safety shot to play. Just stun this brown. I don't think he can get the brown in the middle of the top cushion. He'll be hoping that blue or pink will get the snooker. Well, he could get it in the middle of the top cushion, but
Martin Gould, 25.
maybe try to play a little bit harder to try and get the snooker. That would have been a more telling safety, but as I say, this frame now firmly in the balance. One you feel that Martin Gould has to win.
Played the snooker behind the pink, but hasn't quite got it. But hasn't left Martin Gould a straightforward type of safety shot.
Yeah, just gone over the 30-minute mark in this frame. Longest frame of the match.
There's a long bout of safeties, and then when all the reds were going over to the right-hand side of the table, it is good. It is interesting to watch. Oh, that was a risky shot. He's been very lucky there. I don't think he played that.
Yeah, well, it might just be an edge of this brown sticking out, but I don't think that favours Marco anything, because if he does hit the brown as much as he can hit, he'll run into the pink. He's not certain to get this brown safe then. So coming off the 2 cushion, don't want to catch it too thick. Well, he caught it, but he's left it. He's left it, so Martin Gould needs brown, blue and pink to reduce his arrears to just 2 frames. Big frame this in the context of the match, and one that Martin needed to win. He's got his chance.
4.
So just the blue and pink.
Nine.
Yes, he's had 2 big chunks of luck in this frame. But you should say that he needed them. He was well behind. You don't normally get the running when you're behind. So he pulled another frame back, but he still trails. Martin Gould by 8 frames to 6.
Well, players, we've gone for a comfort break, so we'll give you a comfort break and have a look at some stats till they return.
Okay, frame 15. Martin Gould to break. Well, thin off the red, but you've got to cover the red that's in the balk end. Well, he didn't want to risk it, and I don't know what he's played there. Answers on a postcard. You settle down now, please.
He concentrated so hard on getting the white tight on the cushion, he forgot to cover the red. Didn't hit the red hard enough to get past into the back. But as it's turned out, it's not an easy shot for Marco Fu. He's got a cannon into the black after potting this, hoping to get a good cannon to stay on with the pot. One you'd get probably 5 out of 10 off that side cushion.
Yes, it's just human nature, isn't it? He didn't have the correct angle to develop the black, so he's trying to pinch a bit instead of just making certain of the pot, which was tough anyway, as you say. Could be interesting if Martin Gould was to win this frame, I'll tell you. Because as we've seen so many times, Terry, sorry, that the seeds, okay, they're favourites, but when it gets to 8-7, 8-all, as we've said, it doesn't count for anything then, because it's all about who's going to take advantage, who's going to make the less mistakes, and who's going to stand up to the pressure that will come on, no matter who you are. I think the only safe place, or guaranteed safe place, unless he takes a pot on, is down near this top cushion. Well, half attempt to the pot, but that's a little bit risky, and particularly as he's hit it too thin. That was a dangerous shot to play, and he's left a couple of reds that are potable. Wouldn't have been my choice at this stage of the match.
One.
So the first opportunity goes to Marco Fu. All big frames now.
These are the times when the top players, the champions, don't tend to make many errors.
Seven.
Just about okay. Wants to be on this red in
14.
such a way he can leave a nice angle on the blue, because I think now is the time. If there's no reds potable, I know there's one in the back end, but I think he's got to start thinking about playing a cannon here.
50.
He's undercut that. I can't believe that he played this side of the blue, but fortunately he's got a red in the back end. I can't see, or I've not seen Marco looking for a plant, so a good angle on the blue required here to play that cannon into the main cluster.
$21.
He's got the angle this time. You always need a little bit of luck. I think the red he'd want to hit is the one that's in the middle there. That's the red. He caught it, but only just caught it. Now, has he been lucky? And I say lucky because he didn't hit the red
26.
anywhere near where he needed to. I was wondering whether he could get through to the red that's just to the right of the black, but looking at his body language, I'd say no. And that confirms it. So it's end of break. Had a big target there off the blue. Be disappointed he didn't get the cannon better.
As John was saying, he didn't go into the meat of that red, then he got it like under half ball really, and then it deflects off the reds rather than go straight into them, the red, then they was hitting. They haven't got a straightforward safety here either. Not quite been going right for Marco the last half hour or so, or a bit more than that. Had a few chances in the previous frame. Then played the
Michael
pot
Fool
there.
26.
And played it very well. It was a very good safety shot from there.
Yes, and the safety down the right-hand side of the table is fraught with danger because of the pink. And it's not going to be easy to play safe down the left-hand side, so tough shot ahead of Martin Gould here. He's fluked the red in the middle, has he? Oh, how's it not dropped? I'd
Settle down
tiptoe
now,
if
please.
I was you, Marco. Wow, that's amazing. Had to play it thick. He didn't want to catch the pink. Wouldn't envisage the red going in, but how's it not gone in the pocket? Amazing.
One.
Well, you couldn't have played that any better.
What a shot that was, John.
Beautiful touch. Because he didn't have the line to come on and off the top cushion. Touched like a surgeon.
He's got a second chance in this frame. Martin Gould very
8.
unlucky to leave that red on the middle. Though we talk about good and bad luck quite a lot, at the end of the day it doesn't really win you matches unless somebody flukes the final black that it can have effect in later frames. Or shall we say more effect on you. Now earlier on in this session, Marco
16.
Fool would be looking around thinking, well, this is almost a certainty, but as you get near that winning line, things just get a little bit more tense. You try to make sure of certain things rather than just leave yourself play the shot.
Twenty-four.
Well, he's landed nicely on this red, and it will open up the other three reds here. Oh, and he got the kick, the
25.
dreaded kick, just at the wrong time. So what looked a clear-cut opportunity to win this frame, it's not so clear-cut now.
And can you see anything? Looks from here he could possibly hit the blue. What he'd like to do, of course, from here is put a colour safe and put the cue ball tight on the cushion. But is that available apart from the black?
Well, I suppose he could go thin off the pink, and just nestle the pink on the side cushion, but then could he get enough pace on the cue ball to get the cue ball tight against the baulk cushion? 51-point lead. It's a good lead, but the way the balls are situated, it could disappear quickly if you left your opponent a pot on.
Blue ball.
He's nominated blue. Might try and put it on the side cushion. Good as you get it done, really.
Marco Fu 25.
So the old kick came into it there. It looked as something had to go drastically long enough for Marco Fu to win the frame in that visit. So Martin Gould will be pleased. He's still in it.
Thank you. Foul.
He
Marco
touched
Fu.
the cue ball and he's declared it. Marco's not going to get out of his seat. He's going to ask him, but well done. We expect that in the game. It's always been something we've been very proud of. And he just feathered the cue ball. It was hard to see, but he knew. This red he's trying to play back to Borkov, if he is. It's very dangerous. Double kisses on here. He played it with pace, but the red's going towards the corner. And if it's not straight, then it's a chance for Marco now to pick up where he left off.
Well, he made a mess of that safety, didn't he? He hit it much too thin. The white was travelling so fast, it's cannoned the blue and brought it back into play. The one that Marco Fu just put safe. Amazing. Pressure, this one. Well played. He didn't push the boat out there and try and hit it too hard and go down for the ball colour. He just fully committed to it. And off the side cushion, they're not easy. But he's got another tester here. Beautifully struck right in the heart of the pocket. Those are tough shots under these sort of conditions. He's been in control of this match for quite a lot of the time, but Martin Gould keeps coming back at him all the time. He doesn't sit down, Martin Gould, and think, well, I ain't got much chance now. He's a fighter.
Yeah, the problem is now, though, 7-1 ahead, 67 remaining.
16.
And Martin Gould can see this frame has slipped away. Well, I say that.
Marco Fu 16.
One snooker to tie. Careless to miss that. We always say the longer you can keep your opponent 2 frames away from victory when you're playing catch-up, the more room for manoeuvre you've got, obviously. But I didn't expect Marco to miss that red. And of course, that 4-point foul that Martin declared on himself has made the difference here, as to whether or not he could tie with these reds and blacks, or the fact that he needs a snooker. Well, he needs something more than a snooker now. And he's not conceding. He'd like to concede. He knows that's the end of the frame. Did well to win the last frame, get within 2, but this frame was very, very important to keep Marco away from just needing the 1 frame for victory. But this frame all over now.
I think there's a bit of justice there, John, because Marco had 2 kicks there, one earlier on and that one there he missed. And those are awful to lose. It's bad enough when you miss a pot. It's awful when you miss an easy pot, and we've all done it. But when you get a kick, you just feel you can't do anything at all about it. He's looking up to the sky.
Yep.
16.
He knows, as I say, this frame has gone, and if he's going to win this match, he's going to have to win the next 4 frames.
24.
Doesn't
24
matter
and frame,
about the red.
Marco Fu.
The frame was long gone, so it's Marco Fu who stretches his lead once again to 3 frames, but this time, more importantly, just 1 frame away from a place in the second round. He leads 9 frames to 6.
Good break.
He certainly left Martin a chance here with this red into this right corner. They don't go in when you need them the most. Those shots don't go in, John, do they?
Well, no, but fair play to him. He played it confidently, so if it did go in, he'd have been on blue or bought colour.
Took a long time over that one. You know how important it is now to try and clinch this match, because Martin Gould has showed in the past he's got a lot of bottle. He can come back at you. Not great at this angle. Well, he give it a dig, and he still hasn't come far enough. He really needed a touch of run inside there, and I didn't think
8.
he wasn't close enough to the shot to put the side on with power. As he had to make sure of the pot, but he's out of position now.
Yes, if it had a touch of right-hand side on it, when it came off the second cushion, it had come round a little bit wider. I think he had the pace to get on that red, but of course, nudging it as he did, slowed the cue ball down. Well, that was a tricky
Marco
shot,
Fu.
mainly because he was so close to a red, and he was just frightened of when he pushed the cue through, fouling that red. So it made the pot more difficult, but he's not left anything easy, if at all.
What Martin's got to be very careful of now is not sort of chasing too many shots. I mean, his natural game is to be very aggressive anyway, but he hasn't lost this match yet, and as John said, he's got to win the last 4 frames to go into the second round, but we always say it's only 1 frame at a time, and if you can win a few frames, the pressure reverts back on to the man in front, Marco Fu.
Yes, and we have seen some comebacks, haven't we, in first round matches and second round matches. And played the 2 cushion escape.
Oh, and a miss.
And he may be asked to have
Martin
another
Gould.
go at that.
Yeah, well, the most famous in the first round, I think, is Nigel Bond against Cliff Thorburn, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thorburn is 9-2 in front.
Yeah.
Bond came back. Cliff Thorburn is the last person in the world you think somebody come back from that far behind. He's such a good player, so hard to beat.
And then there's other things. I remember 1986. You're playing Joe Johnson. 12-9 in front. He produced 4 of the best frames of snooker that I've ever seen at the Crucible. Not only did he beat you 13-12, it gave him the confidence to believe that he could go on and win the championship, which he did that year and beat Steve Davis in the final.
So
Haven't spoken to him since. In that match, he was all over me like a rash. He was 5-3 up, 9-7 up, and then I won 5 on the spin to get a 9, 12-9, and he done incredibly well to win that match. Didn't really give me a look.
oh, he never missed a ball, did he, for 4 frames? I remember watching it. And he carried that on for the rest of the tournament, and as I say, went on to win it, Joe. Beat Steve Davis in the final.
And got to the final the following year.
Yeah. Just to endorse, it was no fluke.
Good guy, Joe. Famous for the shoes, and he's having all those shoes on. And the year he won, he had these fancy shoes on playing. Quite a character.
No trace aside on it.
Martin Gould 4.
Well, Martin may decide to let him play it from where it is now, because it wasn't that difficult a safety shot. It's a little more awkward, the cue ball now, being in the jaws of the pocket. Well, that was a very aggressive safety shot, and I'll tell you what, it looks absolutely inch perfect. Another roll of the ball, and I think Martin would have been suited on everything, and he still may be. He still may be. And that was a very attacking safety shot from Marco. He's thought, well, I'll play it thick, open the reds. If I get a good cue ball, I may have a chance next visit to win frame and match. And he might not be wrong.
Well, you can see why you do it, because if the balls are open, you'd fancy Marco to clear up when he gets the chance, whereas on the tight frames, Martin Gould is a better potter than Marco Fu, and he's a dangerous player.
Well, that was one line of thought, but he's not going that way. I mean, OK, you may think, well, he leaves the red to the middle, but he'd be hampered. Playing it that way, I don't see... Well, he obviously tried to miss that red and land on the red that's closest to the top cushion. But it was a risky way to go. As I say, if he drops in the side of the cluster, even though he may have left a red, there'd have been lots of other reds hampering the cueing of Marco. Well, Marco's looking at the safety, so it doesn't look as though Martin has left him anything that inviting to go at. Wait for a better chance.
Yes, the black wouldn't go out, I think, into the right corner, so he couldn't get on the colour. He's now one of these players who can power himself through the pack.
This looks another good line. If it drifts past the brown, it'll be perfect again. So at the moment, Martin not having to walk far to play his shots. Little tap on the table in appreciation of an excellent safety from Marco. Now he's trying to nestle up on those reds just below the pink. Well, he's played it, but he may have left that red just to the right of the blue for the far right corner. Doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball to get position. Just pot the red. And right in the heart of the pocket, cued it beautifully. Here's your chance, Marco. just run through off the left-hand side cushion, just bounce off the top cushion for a red to the right corner. Just needs to slow up a touch. Now it's okay. Now,
6.
is it too straight or has he got an angle? Well, he's getting down very quick, so he must, yes, he's perfect.
So,
Of course, every shot gets more important as you get near the winning post, but you can't do that when you're down there. You just got to play the shot as you see it, as you would in the first frame, but it takes a good temperament to do that. There's something inside us that tells us we're going to try harder at this stage, but it's the worst possible thing you can do.
14. $15.
In potting this red, he makes the one just to the left of it available now.
2. $23.
I wonder if he's thinking the kick he had in the earlier frame there, John, is a similar type of shot, wasn't it? You, and they just give it a little, hit it a little bit too hard, but he's okay there. He's going to have to move some reds before long.
Yes, he's having a look. I think he can play for the black, but most players here would be screwing back up for the blue and leave a nice angle on the blue, because it's quite an inviting cluster to go into. I think maybe if he was straighter he could guarantee a good angle on the black, but I'm not certain he can from the potting angle he's got on this red.
$31.
Well, he's left himself a bit of an angle, and if he pots this black, and gets into that little join there, he doesn't have to hit it too hard. He can leave himself a red to the right corner. Well, he did decide to play a lot of pace, but he's okay. That's all you look for when you split them open. It's just an easy continuing red, and he's got one to the right middle. So the balls are there. Just got to hold himself together, and he'll be in the next round. And goes the red to the middle nicely on the blue. Well, I say nicely, he's just overrun it slightly, but he can use the top cushion, just a plain ball shot. Because of the way the seeds have been falling by the wayside, looks like this seed is going to survive. Been a good match though, and he's been tested. He's been pushed to the limits by Martin Gould. He's not had it all his own way. Needs to run on, needs to run on. I think he's finished slap bang in the middle of nowhere. If it runs on a little bit further, if it stops. I was surprised he played at that pace, because if it had just played a little bit slow, there was a chance the red that's covering the potting angle on the three reds in line, he could have had to the middle pocket. But that's how he saw the shot. But it's end of break, end of visit, just a safety shot to play. He'll have a 44-point lead. but it's not over yet.
Marco Fu 44.
Once again, Martin Gould just has the short walk to the baulk cushion. Hit the wrong ball there. Now, has he left anything? I think if he leaves anything, Marco may be tempted to go for it. I don't know whether the red on the left-hand side of the tail will pass the pink to the right middle. If it does, he could possibly play that. He'd be on the brown worse way if the cue ball was near the baulk cushion. I think this red does pot. Ooh, just a fraction out. But plenty of value in playing in it. Playing the red, because he'd have certainly been on the colour. Couldn't have been much closer.
He'd had a look in. And this red with the blue is available into the right bottom corner. He can get down for the black, but of course he knows he'd be leaving reds on into the middle possibly.
Yeah, I think if you're taking this on, it really is all or nothing. And he's going for it. Fair play to him. And a great pot. Well, very well played, Martin Gould. Under the utmost pressure. What a red to knock in. Gives himself a slim chance. I say that because he's 38 points behind.
6.
So he's going to need the majority of his remaining balls.
7.
With the knowledge that if he makes one more mistake, his World Championship dream is over.
Yes, but he's been given a second life here in this frame, hasn't he? I must have thought Marco would perhaps do enough. You always do when you're in your chair, when the balls are open. Marco lost position though.
12.
And once you sit in there and think you've lost, and you get the other chance, it just inspires you a little bit. Great first red. He was always going to go for it.
13.
Well, every reason pot the pink, cannon the red just to the left of it. Brings those two reds into play. You've always got the one to this right corner. The balls are there. Can he take
90.
them?
$20. 27. 28.
Perfect position so far. It's just taken the pressure off him a bit.
Just a fraction
35.
short of pace. Now, can he roll it in and miss the kiss on the pink? No. You could see he was striking
36.
down, went up for the blue, but played it perfectly. And this blue will put him within 3 points of Marco.
Yeah, you just had a feeling when he knocked that first red in, didn't you, that he may well clear up here, or at least enough to win the frame.
42.
This black to go 5 points in front. Now it depends how he sees this. He could play for the black,
49.
or he could try and stun up for the blue and make it easier to get on the yellow. That's the thinking. Doesn't want to run too far though.
50.
Straighter than he would have liked. So this could be the key shot now. He's got an 11-point lead. He needs yellow, green and brown. Didn't particularly want to be straight on the green, but I think he's just got enough angle to stun behind the brown for the same pocket, and green and brown is all that's needed. Well played, Martin Gould. This has really been a tremendous effort. Still needs the brown, but a great opening red. Under the utmost pressure. Very, very well played.
54.
Yes, there's plenty of big breaks in this match from both players, but this is the one here. It's one of the better ones under the pressure.
Martin
Martin Gould, he's pulled the frame back. He's still fighting out there in this tournament, but he trails Marco through by 9 frames to 7.
Quietly as possible, please.
Both players have left the auditorium, so we'll rejoin you on their return.
Martin Gould to break.
Martin Gould gets frame 17 underway. And he'll be, well, he can't be feeling that good, obviously, because his opponent only needs 1 frame for victory, but he certainly responded in the last frame. That was a marvellous break he made. So he's keeping the pressure, he's not going away, and if he was to win this frame, he could have Marco thinking a little bit. Needs to miss the brown for it to be a good safety. Well, the flick's even better. That'll do. Well, not a bad safety shot, but just a little bit short. But I don't think he's left anything that will tempt Marco. Although I say that, he's had a look to see if the pink will go into the right corner if he plays this pot. We assume the pink does go. Well, the situation, Hazel, that Marco knocked in terrific long red, and that's the blue that's followed it. Looking to be on one of those two reds just above the black, but not really got the right potting angle, it doesn't appear to, because the black's only available into the left corner. But Martin Gould certainly not lying down here. As you just witnessed at the end of that, that was a marvellous 69 break he made to steal the last frame.
Seven.
Was able to hold for the pink to the left middle.
Just at enough angle to stun over for this red in the opposite corner. Try to get on the black across as quickly as possible. Now that pink's off its spot.
13.
He had a good
14.
chance in the previous frame to clinch, and he played a positional shot to get on three reds, and there's a red in the way, and he covered the three of them. So the more you miss your chances when you're in front, the more you start to doubt.
Twenty-one. 22. 29. 30.
Well, nice angle on the black. Probably screw around the back of the red and play for the red in the same pocket as the black. Just underhit it slightly, and the reason I say that
37.
is because he wanted to just stun this red and leave a nice angle on the black. I'm not certain he can do that now. Well, he could.
38.
But it's, as my pal Willie Thorne said, it's a flat back pack, so he needs to get into the side of them rather than into the meat of them. That's the problem when it's flat at the back. When the cue ball hits it, the cue ball comes away from the reds. He's still got a
45.
possible red to the left middle. Just watch the reaction of the cue ball, you see. It comes back away from the reds. Best way to play that shot is to stun it and try not to have any backspin on. But as I say, there's still a possible red to the left middle to continue this visit.
It's the type of shot he missed in the last round. Let Martin Gould in for that good long red and clearance. Similar type of shot in the centre. He got it this time though, but
46.
he hasn't got a great cue ball. To play a good shot from here, from a ball colour to get on a red. Has he got the angle to come down this left side of the table to get on the reds? He has. That's an excellent positional shot.
Well, look at that.
48.
He's landed absolute plumb. He can run through for the black. And frame and match now
49.
at his mercy. And the way he's playing, in all honesty, I'd be surprised if he doesn't take it. And that, you know, after, well, we're in the 17th frame, 94% pot success, that's very good. That'll win most matches.
I think this is be the best quality match of the first round, John.
56.
Okay, it may not go to 10-9, it may do, I don't know, but both players have played very well, you know, and you don't always see that. There's been some high-class performances from one of the professional players in the first round match, but not both at the same time.
57.
Yes, I think they've inspired each other, because nothing but the best was going to be good enough. So pot this red, go 63 points in front. Can just screw back a little bit and play for the red to the right middle. Well, decided to play it hard, and it's worked out nicely. It's worked out perfect.
64.
So this red and the black
65.
to clinch frame and match, and possibility he could do it in style. Highest break at the moment is 137. If Marco could take blacks with these remaining reds, he could get a break of 139. Didn't want the cannon. Just tried to drift past that red.
80.
Or hit it fuller. One or the other. Oh, pity. He's missed the red, but there'll be a handshake coming and a big congratulations. Well played, Martin Gould. You couldn't have done much more, but on the two sessions, Marco Fu was very, very impressive. And believe me, he's one of the major contenders now for this title. He runs out a comfortable winner in the end, playing well, 10 frames to 7.
Please. Shh. Gentlemen.